Now we should be getting into it. Is Twitch live? Okay, Restream is live. Come on, YouTube, you can do it. I think YouTube is live, and only Twitch is missing. It also hasn't updated the title yet. Yes, okay. Twitch is up and running. And yeah, that's it. We're up and running. So wait, let me just tell Discord. All right, and in Puzzle Plaza. Wait. All right, that's it. So today we're going back to our little foray into a thumbnail tool. And last time we kind of fell flat a little bit. Let me see what we were looking into. So we were working in SudokuPad under Thumbjin. And we were installing some dependencies, JS.dom, SVG, Go browsers, yada, yada, yada. They didn't really work out that well. So especially JS.dom has problems with SVG. So today my goal is to kind of get something up and running high level. So let's see. If I can get a browser instance running, something like Puppeteer, and then work our way back from there, you know, improve performance, etc., then maybe that's a start. Even if it's sort of partially offline, you know. So let's see Puppeteer. So this is the docs for Puppeteer. And getting started. I'm guessing we are just installing it, right? So npm install Puppeteer. And I don't think I've used Puppeteer before, but I've used not Browserify, something similar. I don't remember what it's called. An old version of that, sort of. And let's see. So it's a headless browser. So the idea is it runs an instance of Chrome or Chromium. And yeah, so it's basically talking to Chromium. All right. So this should be in here now. And our script that we started last time, I think, is inside Thumbjin. Ooh. Convert puzzle. Outer HTML SVG render. Okay, so it's all of this stuff. So shall we just return from here. Convert puzzle. Let's start a new file. This might be too much of a mess here. So we'll do touch test Puppeteer. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger. All right, and then we can just go in here. And we basically just wanna, it's only guaranteed to work, yada, yada, okay. Usage. Boom. So we run that, okay, it does a thing. And that's our little demo. And that should start up the browser. Try to load something. And eventually it fails, okay. So we might already have a problem here. Launch the browser process. So we might have the problem of not being able to run a Linux instance here. Update your kernel. If you want to live dangerous and need an immediate work, you can try. No, as a, all right. So, find sandbox. The image is meant to be running the browser in the sandbox mode, and therefore running the image requires this admin capabilities. Okay. Running in Docker, type of a Docker image. So it includes Chromium along with the required dependencies pre-installed Puppeteer version. Essentially, yada, yada, yada. All right, so let's have a quick look. Puppeteer WSL. Because in the browser, sorry, on the server, it shouldn't be a problem, but I'd like to be able to test it in that way. Okay. Out of the box. You don't intend to do so. I just used VirtualBox with BIOS to make it run though. So it probably works on Linux, but I might struggle to get it to work properly under WSL. So I might try to test it on the Windows side of things. Getting an unheld prompt rejection, testing single report for yada yada yada. My original machine getting this. So what does it say? Troubleshooting. At on close. Failed to launch the browser process. No usable sandbox. Update your kernel to 4C. So, well, let's start with this one. Chromium SUID sandbox development. If I search for this related to WSL, Linux SUS almost button completely removed. C bugs, yada yada yada. So how can I turn the sandbox on in Linux? So, is the problem that we have sandbox or no usable sandbox? Update your kernel or C for more information on developing with this. If you want to live dangerous in an immediate workaround, you can try --node sandbox. Well, --nodes, no, I don't think that's working. I think that's meant to be part of the browser instantiation, yes. So, Puppeteer, no sandbox. It might be something. Hey, Mark. Yeah. Obviously, I'm making my life harder by working through WSL. I might have to set up in a Docker, but then setting up a Docker is not something I'm fluent in. I've been avoiding. Running as user. There's some problem with Chromium headless and open Docker container and many other here. No, some of this is straightforward. Obviously a poor security practice, but right. Setting a custom. Download this file. This is for Docker though. And I'm buying continuously pick up some problems all over the internet. GitHub users and Stack Overflow. Due to one error to solve this issue. On Debian fails due to missing lists. Host run up get update. Run up install. Docker file. Run npm run start. Necessary packages. Puppeteer. Await. Const browser await puppeteer.launch. Yay. No sandbox setting. Okay. So that's how I pass those arguments in. That's one. Ooh. That's a good sign. No errors. Ooh. Okay. And it didn't take crazy long. That's not too terrible. So if I grab something like this, for example, what does that look like? So that means we can instantiate a headless Chromium inside WSL without problems, which is great. So we don't need a windowing environment, a GUI, or anything like that. Because we don't have that on the Amazon server anyway, so, you know. Thanks for stopping by the way, Mark. Okay, this is taking a lot longer. So that site, that page, I guess takes longer to load than example.com. So that took 30 seconds and it died. Alright, so we got to be careful here because obviously this might get stuck on the remote cookie loading and yada yada yada, right? So we don't necessarily want to actually load a site in. So what we really want is we want to be able to, talk to the browser instance directly, right? So browser.newPage and usage new page. Oh, you're taking Toby? Aren't you going to your grandma's? Oh, how nice. All right, have fun, you guys. Must be sweating. All right, see you guys later. Ciao, ciao. Bye, Toby. Doesn't even look at me. Oh, sorry, yeah. Thanks for the reminder. I think that's just about visible. Sorry, I'm squishing it to the bottom, but, you know. It's one thing I don't like about... I wish I could stream a multi-monitor setup. There are ways of doing it, but it's obviously not practical. Okay, so you can go to a page. Page.pdf, format A4. Browser close. Alright. Can I get some actual documentation here? So Puppeteer. So we got page. Page provides a method to interact with a single tab or extension background page in Chromium. So the idea is, can I create a blank page and just write into it? So page.content, for example. Page.content. So that's page.browser. Page. So new page gets us a page. So let's see if we can screenshot a new page and see how long that takes. All right, so about a second. Okay, and it's blank. Okay, that's a good start. So, page. Frames, get, go back, off, on, one, set cookie, set target, set title, type, DOM. The question is, do we have a DOM, right? Content. Content promise. Oh, it's a promise. It returns a promise. That's not really the return type. The return type is what you get in the promise, right? This is not very useful. Right? Like something returning a promise. It's like saying an async function returns asynchronously. That's its return type, asynchronous. That's not its return type. Okay, Puppeteer, write to page. Wait for selector. Type. Type, click, wait for selector. Go to. Write HTML to page. Yeah, we want to access the full HTML content. On set request intercept enable. Page evaluate. But that's the opposite. That gets the data. How do I write to the page? I mean, we could, in theory, provide... we could read from localhost, right? We could serve that content ourselves. Or we could potentially load it in here. Encode HTML in URL. So we could have a HTML encoded URL, right? You know what I mean? The same way I can base64 encode a PNG file and use that as a source. So, for example, can we just load something like this? And just to compare, what should that look like? Welcome, okay. So if I do this, so 1 second, doesn't even take that long, which is actually pretty amazing. And nothing. So that doesn't actually work. Okay. So page go to await page dot evaluate. Is that it? What's the result? Right? Function in the page's context and returns the results. A function in the page evaluate. A function in the context of the page. So return window. I mean, right? Am I misunderstanding what it's supposed to be doing here? Undefined. Well, page evaluate window. Promise resolve. Return document. Okay. We have location. Host. href. Origin. No. Protocol data. Huh. What if we do this? I'm still like, it's strange that there's a neater interaction path, you know? So that returns document. Wait a second. Maybe this is the problem. Now the problem is console.log. Is this console.log in the context as well? I don't think that's possible, right? Undefined. That's the res. Okay, let me reread this. Evaluates a function in the page's context and returns the result. If the function passed to page.evaluate handle returns a promise, the function will wait for the promise to resolve and returns its value. So page evaluate params extends unknown yada yada yada. Example, promise.resolve 8 times 7 result prints 56. Okay, sure, but this doesn't interact with the environment at all. Body page.body await page.body. So this is just a selector into body.inner and body handle. Body handle. Okay. Well, let's try this then. Let's try this. Body handle. And then .inner HTML. So we cannot access these variables directly. So it's a little dodgy, right? And these console logs don't come back. Body handle is not defined. Reference error. Body handle is not defined. Body handle. So we need to pass body handle in there. Body handle. So the second argument is what exactly? Because you're passing that in as a second argument. The function is passed to returns a promise. The second argument, evaluate function params, evaluate func params. Page function, arguments. So body handle is passed in as an argument here. And then here, that would be body. like that. Yeah, I mean, local server, okay. All right. So we can access what's in it. Can we change what's in it? So in theory, right, if I do this, if I do body dot append child, and wait, what about window handle? Window. Window. Why did I? How did I do that? Body handle, element handle, window handle, null. So how do I access window? So let's have a look at the $sign stuff. Document query selected within the page. If no element matches the selected return value, resolves to null. Okay. Page. Method runs query selector all. This method runs array from within the page and passes results first argument page function. Okay. Oh my god, these are all just helper functions. Add script tag. Page.browser. Get the browser the page belongs to. What about window? Window. Page.viewport. Page.url. Page.mainframe. Page.type. Selector. Sends a key down. Oh, type. Okay, as in action. Set viewport tab target. Ah, my face is itching. Page dot set content. Ooh. Set content. Okay, so what if we don't do that? Let's just see what an empty page looks like. I don't think read-only makes a lot of sense, to be honest. If you can't run dynamic stuff, then it's just a renderer. Element, body handle, element handle. Res nothing. Okay. So, if we do now something like, and I'm guessing that's async as well. So if I do await page.setContent, wait for options. What do those look like? Timeout, wait until. Wait for time and more. Property lifecycle event. Load DOM content loaded. So, let's try this. And we'll do something like this. Document dot write hello world script. And let's see if we can just. God damn it. Give me that. We can just inject that into an empty page and make it do stuff. Nope. What if we timeout maximum wait time in milliseconds, optional. It's maximum. Default value can be. Does it by default just do the thing and wait for the thing to be done? Maybe not. All right, we had a sleep function in our data loader, right? So let's grab that quickly. So we had a sleep function. So if I do a wait, sleep, 2 seconds. 2 seconds should be plenty to execute that bit of JavaScript. And document.write hello world should, you know, do something, right? Yeah. Avoid using, shut up. So, body. Can I do this? Nope. Let me just stick that here. So that script HTML. Something like that. All right, so maybe I'm misunderstanding how set content works. What does it say? Wait until. When to consider setting markup succeeded. Defaults to load. Given on array of event strings. So let's try that again. Load here. And what is this? Page.setContent method. SetContent HTML string option. Wait for option promise. Ah, wait, let's see if our screenshot gets updated. No. So this does not get set. Okay. Let's try it by opening a page first. Doesn't do anything either. Wait. Ooh, wait. Oh. Okay. Now the weird thing is, this doesn't change. Even though it appears... Okay, maybe... I'm not seeing what I think I'm seeing. Right? Oh, no. This is it. This is what we're outputting. So, Puppeteer blank page. That's expected, but we're exactly at opening await browser.page is opening a Chrome browser. If you close that first tab, the browser will close just as there needs to be at least one tab open. Okay. Returns an array of pages. Okay. Can I do this without doing page.goto? That's the question. Oh. Yes, you see, default styling. Okay, so that works. That works. Now the question is, why does body.innerHTML not work? That is a little strange. That is a little strange. Okay, let's add this in. Let's do it something like this. It's so strange. So we're getting the screenshot out, which is actually maybe all we need, really. Okay, so the JavaScript executes as well. So we can get HTML in and we can execute JavaScript. To be honest, that's all we need, right? But obviously it would be nice if we can communicate outwards, you know. So find out when a thing is finished and whatnot. So what if we do something like var abc equals 1, 2, 3, something like that. And then here we'll do something like body evaluate. Maybe evaluate is not the right way of doing that. What about we can access body. Body.children. What if we do that? Element handle. Body.children. Body.children. Body. Window dot or document dot body. Document. The body. Parent. Element. Body. Dot parent element. Does that get us HTML? No. It's almost as if this executes before this is evaluated, which seems a little strange. And I screwed that up, didn't I? I mean, set contents works, so that's a good start. Wait a second. Maybe these handles create some sort of clone of the object. So if I select afterwards, maybe then I have... Nope, I don't. Evaluate is not the way to go. On. Page on. The message exists event typings and handle proper wiring of cooperative request interception. Actually, event listening and dispatching is delegated to event emitter. So maybe I can trigger events and listen to events and stuff like that. The problem is this documentation isn't really complete. Wait until network idle 2 PDF. Get dimensions. Evaluate width. Document element. Document. Where does document come from? So document just exists in here. Document will just exist at that point in time. Oh. Document looks like it just exists. Document element. So document element. Let's forget about this for a sec. Document element client width. And all these should return screenshots. Yeah. Body handle not... Okay. $800. Okay, so it evaluates this. So we should be able to get inner HTML from the document element, right? Like, all I need is one entry point. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, so first of all, I want to see if I can do this without the sleep. Yes, because this is being executed from this. So now the question becomes, can I inject something else into here? So in other words, can I do, and I think I need to do document.create element, yeah. So can I do create element div so let's just create a div here. Because, to be honest, the real reason is I need the DOM, right? Now, I could inject all my JavaScript in here, and then obviously I'd have the DOM available, but maybe I can just inject it after the fact. So lm.inner HTML equals content of div. And then we'll do this, append child lm. And then we return inner lm HTML. And now the question is, we have a div after the body, and our screenshot does not contain that div. .body.appendChild. If we do it, if we squeeze it inside the body, div undefined. Okay, so document element normally should be the body, shouldn't it? Ah, no, it's okay. Dot body. No. Okay. Dot query selector body. Okay, that works. At body. Cool. And now, does it appear in our screenshot? Okay, it evaluates its inside body. Does it appear on the screenshot? Content of div. It does. Okay. So we can do this. Okay, last check is, can I inject JavaScript? So let script equals script. Script.text content equals document.write And JS injected script. Like, no. We gotta do JavaScript inside JavaScript. All right, I've done this before. I'm a professional. So the question now is, will that appear on the screenshot? In other words, will the JavaScript evaluate in time for us to do the screenshot? The document.write overwrites everything else that's in there. That's interesting. I thought it would evaluate in line. Body.append child. Now, if we do query selector div and then do that, it might still overwrite everything. Because document.write, I think, is not well defined how it operates. Append child. Can read property of no. Reading append child. Query selector document element dot query selector div. Should that not return a div element if it exists? We do this, what do we get back? Null. Query selector script. What if we do body.querySelector? There's definitely a diff element in there, unless it doesn't recognize this. Oh, wait, there's no diff element in there. Well, there should be. There should be. So this... Ah, wait. No, there isn't a diff because we have removed the part where we... All right. Append child lm. We removed that part. Therefore, we didn't have a div anymore. So now there's a div. Now we should be able to do this and then return the rest. Do you still think it's read-only? Okay. Document.write injected script. All right. So instead of doing this, what if we do document.query selector. So now we're doing a injected JavaScript where we're going to select the div and then text content equals text injected from JS into div. And, you know, yada, yada, yada. Complex, different things, right? Okay, that looks like it's working. And the screenshot, yeah, okay. So that executes, and all of this is fine-ish. So we might almost still be better off just serving this page, but to be honest, we can just generate it here. Now, a couple of things injected from... so timing on this is 1 second, which is perfectly fine. So the question is, okay, this we don't need. Ignore Azure, yeah. So this should be secure because we're not actually loading anything, any external resources, right? Can I get rid of this load? Will I get the same HTML at the end? If I reopen this. Injected from JS into div, yeah, okay. How many typos can I fit into one phrase? All right, so that's working. Okay, so I think it's time to try to make a screenshot. So this is actually fairly smooth. So the question is now, can I overlay this onto this thing, or am I better off starting over with a fresh slate here? Because now I don't actually have to worry about all these other things, right? Well, actually, yeah, I think I'm better off starting over with a fresh slate here. So let's see if we can pull in these other things, right? So let's get these 3 files into here. And then SVG element, create SVG root. So SVG element, SVG renderer. So we could generate all of this from within the thing. create SVG root document. So, for example, we could basically just do this. Completely empty page. Don't need the sleep. Don't need these. Don't need these. And then, oop, don't need that. And then we can do something like this. And I'm just going to comment these out because I might need these as reference. And let's see what, if this complains, right? Failed. Create SVG, okay, SVG root. SVG root. Okay. SVG root, create element, yada, yada, yada. So this should all be inside. So these, wait a second. Okay. These things shouldn't be here. They should be in here. Wait. This is going to hurt my brain. We are going to want to have a local server that we can just serve. Yeah, I think we're best off running a local server and communicating via that route. I think that'll simplify a lot of things because then we were, you know. Okay, so let me set that up quickly. It doesn't need to be much, right? It's just, you know, I can use my basic HTTP server thing. Simple server, right? So I can do this. Move that there. So these, probably we won't even need these, because we're just gonna do it all on the browser side. Yeah, because we're not even reloading them. We're loading it once, and then we're gonna basically run it like we do in SudokuPad in the mobile app. We're just gonna tell it, hey, no, generate a, you know, and we might get some issues with like if we're running it for a long time. So we might just say like reload the page every 100 thumbnails or every 10 thumbnails or whatever, right? It only takes a second, right? No big deal. Okay, so let's see. I haven't done a simple server in a while. So before we do any of this stuff, before we do any of this stuff, we gotta get a little server up and running. Server options, yada, yada, yada. Routes, gotta remember how that works. Routes. What's the simplest route? Serve static. Serve static, and I'm just gonna put a little folder in here. Right. And here we're gonna literally do it like index.html, right? We're gonna force these routes, and this is just gonna be /client/index.html. And route headers comes from we don't need that for now. And I think if I run this, I can run this as a string. Then I don't even have to worry about this stuff. Yeah, let's leave that there. Cannot use, yeah, okay, fair enough. Let's just pull this up from, well, actually it should be in here, shouldn't it? You know what? We're just gonna put that in there. It's fine. I think we might need portable events. Arcs is not defined. Of course not. Arcs. Load args. And where does load args come from? I think I've put load args in there. All right. Can we do this above routes? And we'll just, instead of calling it client, we're just going to call it www. I think that makes sense. And it's just going to be this for now. And okay, so that should be running under localhost 910. And we'll probably want to bring this out to some weird port so it doesn't interfere. Like 1600. Probably not a good port to use. Okay. Sweet. Okay. And here we can get quite we can get quite explicit, I think. Yep. So that's our little server here. And we probably will do that inside of all of this. Here, like that. Right? And then here we have our browser. And now instead of doing any of this stuff, we're going to look at localhost. Kind of like that. Localhost 1600 index.html. And whoop. Okay. What does our screenshot look like? Blank. Blank. Blank, blank, blank. Document.innerHTML. And we do this. Okay. I have a feeling this is not correct. I think our surf static here is not getting what it needs. So I'm guessing I just don't remember exactly what the folder. Request URL to string URL redirect. No. Surf static. So file exists. FSP fs.promises SP. Really want to do it this way. Surf static. So we'll do an fsp.read file path dot then data console.log data. Right? Yeah. Nope. Dot read file. Find in folder. Dot read file. fn utf8. Okay. think that's what we were missing. And index.html, there it is. Body. Okay. So that's the content of the file. Body, HTML, HTML, index.html. But what arrives is head/head, body/body. Did I just screw up my HTML here somehow? Body? Oh my god, yes I did. Mark, you're asleep at the wheel. All right. That's the way. And what does our screenshot look like? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Body, body. Wait a second. So the file looks like this. HTML, body, body. If I do head and title, like that. Is it cached maybe? So it looks like it's returning that file. It really does look like it would be returning that file. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm still just overwriting the content. All right, here we go. Now, what does our screenshot look like? Nope, that's not it. Body/body, head, title, head, body/body, HTML, data, yada, yada, yada. Besides the set content, there was a just get content, I guess, or just content, ABC content. So let content equals await page.content content. Really? You're gonna do me that way? Okay. Process, yeah. Content. So content is like this. Result of the inner HTML also has it, but the screenshot doesn't have it. Very, very strange. Body. HTML head body. HTML head body. There's nothing wrong, right? Div text /div. Div text body/body. Still nothing. What am I not getting right here? Sorry, my phone is being okay, don't know. Let's see. Content of div. Document element in HTML. So it looks correct here. HTML body/HTML. HTML index HTML. HTML/HTML body head title/title div/div. Okay, so we've got a bunch of things here. Let's try something else. Can we style this? Body background red, for example, right? Just red, just total red, and it becomes totally red. Okay. If I do this, still curious why the text doesn't show up. Wait, does the screenshot? Do we not get to the screenshot? No, we get to the screenshot. Obviously, we get to. Oh, what the heck? The h1 tag showed the div text, but the h1 So adding the H1 tags shows the div tag. Maybe the screenshot isn't full screen or something like that. Okay, all right. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. So now the question becomes, can we load in the other resources the same way? Now, if we can't, we could just inject them, right? We could just literally make it a one file thing. But if we can, it'll make our life a little bit easier. So to see how that would work, let's go to our test files, which I believe are here under puzzle listing, right? So for example, pack listing, builder pack listing, pack 1. So we could do something like this, for example. Something like this. And then make sure these get loaded from our routes. So if our routes are like this, we should be able to just do this, right? Trying to remember how that works. So if I want to serve static path, I think that's what we need. Serve static path. So it's basically just everything from the route gets served via static path, just like that. And that's pretty much it, right? Let's see. Nope. Link. Ah, did I just leave something in here? Okay. And I mean, it's loaded more things, right? Now, what I don't know is if it actually correctly applies the styling at this point. I don't think so. Does it have any trouble loading those other files? Puzzle listing. Ah. So we need SudokuPad colors, style CSS, SudokuPad colors, and puzzle listing. Well, technically we don't need these things. Well, we might need these things. Let's put them in here. Oh, okay. All right. Yep, the styling is applied. Okay, I think that means we're home free. So that means we can now clean up this stuff here, get rid of the spam. We don't need to output all this stuff. We don't actually need to execute this anymore. So don't actually need to do this. We don't need to do this. And we can basically just start putting in the stuff we normally would need for a screenshot minimalist thing. So let's see what that might look like. So we definitely want this. Well, actually, we can just put all of this in, right? And use our template here. And we can even do all this. So we can do this. And we can probably get rid of all of these. Right? Because they just kind of come from the same resource. Down like that, and like that. And same with these guys. And the ones we need are rules parser, thumbnailer, pack listing. Oh, yeah, we didn't actually put all of them in because we were just, yeah, that's why they had those domain names, because we were pulling them from our other server. You know what? I'm just gonna copy them over right now. For now. And then we'll take it from there. So staging. So we need portable events. We need utilities. We need puzzle tools. Probably need puzzle loader and puzzle zipper. We need rules parser. We need framework. We need controls app and controls tool. Tools, here we go. We need script. We need thumbnailer and pack listing. I think that's it. Thumbnailer and pack listing. Now pack listing we don't technically need for this, but if I can just get the pack listing demo to work in here, then that's really all we care for. Alright, we're done with that. And now, what does our screenshot look like? Like this. I should be able to load up this and see what it does. Okay. So technically, actually, all I really want to do is get the pack listing demo working in here. So index.html, index.html div text. So this hasn't really been reloaded. Maybe this doesn't save while this is running. F puzzle decoder. Okay, that's still missing. Too many things open. So we need F puzzle decoder. Well, we probably need the min version. No. Wait, let's make sure I'm modifying the right files. F puzzle decoder. Yeah, okay, here we go. And if I run this now, F puzzle decoder min not found. F puzzle decoder, F puzzle decoder, F puzzles decoder. Did I not put it in this folder? I think, yeah, I didn't put it in that folder. Why did this just pop open? Okay, don't need that right now. Here we go. Reload, okay. And screenshot. No. So this is the page it loads up. Now it could be that it just didn't have enough time to actually load this fully and execute JavaScript, right? So in theory, the pack listing demo code, let me see, pack listing, here we go. It does a bunch of stuff, right? It does waiting for yada yada. So right now, if I just do an await sleep before the screenshot, or I don't know, 5,000, will that do the trick? Basically, that's the question, right? So if I do this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, screenshot. And now, what does our screenshot look like? It's still blank. All right. Can we access the console? I think we can, right? We should be able to just, by the way, we don't need these anymore. We should be able to just do a remote thingamajig, right? More tools, devices. Shouldn't that be in here? Application performance. Is it in here? Devices, here we go. Ah, no. Is it in here? Devices. I just want to see. I should be able to connect remotely. Where is the screen to do that from, though? There used to be a devices screen here. Remote. DevTools. Remote. Come on. Bulky browser tabs remotely via Chrome DevTools. No, we know this. We know this. Come on, come on, come on. Very basic stuff. Do I really? Okay, do I have to go to a special thing? I thought there was a link to that stuff. Okay, never mind. So this should still be running. It could be that it's isolated inside WSL. So Puppeteer remote DevTools. Let's see. It would be nice if I could connect directly into them. Puppeteer. I'm always still extra plugin using Chrome DevTools with Puppeteer. Setting the modifying responses, shape, basic, default, viewport, null, headless, false, DevTools. Do I have to do DevTools true? Maybe. Okay. Try this again. So I should be able to... Nope. Troubleshooting. Okay, DevTools... failed to launch the browser process. Argument false. Okay, so that might not be possible. That is a pity. Okay, well, let's see if we can just read out console. Can we just get the console messages out of Puppeteer? Console message, yada yada yada, your script I'm currently using. Say the command right to the page, wait for command that events, but that didn't work. On console. PWC about capturing console errors includes a great comment about listening to console and network events. You can register for console output and network responses and failures like this. Get the following output, for example. See also, if you want to pimp your output with some color. Okay, so let's just try that. So if we do, before we do the go-to, let me just check the other chat rooms again. So quiet, Mark, so quiet. So we have a console, page on console, page on page error, page on response, and page on request failed. Okay, we'll just make these into separate lines so we can kind of rely on what each one is doing. Okay, if I do this, what do we get? Invalid unexpected token. The unexpected token... Unexpected token... Syntax error. Can I get... Right, let's do console... each error... response... and... request failed. So I want to see what's generating these. We got the responses to 100. Page error, syntax error, unexpected token. So page error, yeah, it's just pulling out message. Page error. Let's just get the whole thing. Oop. Page error, syntax error, unexpected token. Unexpected token. Now we're not getting that when I'm actually opening the page, and that's not it. Where's the page? Where's the page? Where did I open the page? I had the page open. Did I close it? Yeah, that's the page. Let's bring it next to our Puppeteer. So this doesn't have a page error. Unexpected token. Do we not get anything else on these errors? Object.keys error. Nothing. Error.stack. It's not a function. Is it a value? Unexpected token, page error. Or unexpected token. Unexpected. But from where is this coming? That's the question. All right, let's comment out these two and see where it starts failing. This is gonna be a nightmare to debug, though. Especially since, you know, it's working fine. Invalid or unexpected token. Unexpected or unexpected token. That's JavaScript, right? It doesn't like some character that's coming through. Okay, so these are all fine. Well, let's see. Maybe there's a file, a bad file. Okay. So, portable events, JS. Portable events, this might be the server-side version. Portable events, portable events, portable events. Unexpected token. Unexpected token. Curlies. I mean, it could be this one. What if I do this? Oh, still doesn't like it. What if I make it an empty file? Okay. Doesn't mind an empty file. What if I just put one line of simple JavaScript in there? Whoops. There's no curly braces in this file. Assumption, unless you're loading the wrong file. Oop. Are they cached? Left icon. Yeah, we don't want that. Yeah, okay. So here it works. Here it says unexpected token curly brace, except there is no curly brace here. Something else is happening. Something else is happening. Something else is happening. What if I load portable events.js directly? So if I just go here, portable events.js. Maybe it has a stricter type checking or something? Like that works. I mean, it obviously can load it. Maybe because it doesn't have type MIME types? I think it needs to be this, right? Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe whatever mode I'm running it in makes it stricter. And it won't, you know, because my server doesn't return correct MIME types, it will not guess at the best type like Chrome would. You know, maybe that's the difference between Chromium and Chrome. Ooh, okay. No errors. That's almost shocking. It can't just work. No, obviously it can't just work. All right. It obviously cannot just work, but I'd be curious. Do I want to print the whole thing? Maybe. Maybe I do. So it definitely all comes out. Or arrives here. Ah, wait a second. Wait a second. We've got all this other logging here, which seems to have no effect right now. Like, there should be a whole bunch of console commands, right? Even page errors and what, like, we have these 200 responses. Where's the rest of the 200 responses for these files? Is it not loading them? Oh, it isn't. Script type. What's the correct type attribute? Text, script, text, JavaScript, text. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. So it just ignored them, and that's why the errors went away. Syntax error, unexpected token. Syntax error, unexpected token. Maybe it's a common thing in Puppeteer. Go to URL, then function, return page content. So we have a go to URL. Go to URL. We do that here with an await. And then, and that's where we get all these errors. But if we just pull the same URL from here, it all works fine. Why would it not work? Mark, help me. Let's see. What could it be, right? Do we need fully qualified URLs? Probably not, because it's loading these other ones, right? It doesn't like the JavaScript. Now, it doesn't give us other data here. Maybe we can get other data out of here. Like this. No. All right, page error. Let's see. Page.on. Page.on. Handler event emitter. This method exists to define event type and handle via event emitter. Okay, event emitter. On. Timeout. Event error class. Common event emitter. Puppeteer class. It's like, yeah, okay. But like, part of documentation has to be what the events are. Like, the API isn't just that it can emit events and then you pass in a string. You need to know what the available strings are. It's a bit weird that they would miss out on these very basic things. Yeah. Now, I mean, I could bring them in directly, all right? So if I do this like that, and that, and then do this like this, and then basically just cut and paste what's in here, it should just work, right? Without errors, one would think. In fact, yeah, there it is, right? But that is a bit of a pain in the butt to do, right? The other thing we could do is we could literally inject the scripts. So if I look for script here, element OPQRS SE CDE screen script, no, page dot script. I thought I saw that earlier. Screenshot reload, set cookie, set script viewer. There was something with script. There's something with script under page. We have page. Maybe get script. Page dot mainframe mouse on off one select screenshot. Set content. Tab target title tracing type URL wait for workers. Let's try something. If I create one of these guys and just inject them at runtime, right? So if we do something like this, and then we'll do src equals this, like that. And then we'll just body, and then we'll just body.append child script. What does that look like? Page error, unexpected, yada yada. Where did that page error? Did the page error come from this thing though? This is what bugs me about these systems, is that you don't get stuck on the big picture, on the actual algorithms. You get stuck on, well, this API documentation is a bit loose, loosey-goosey. All right, what if we do this? Let text, or let JS text equal fsp dot read file. App dear? No. Dup dear. Arcs dear. I guess this. All right. Whatever. And then this should be dup. I don't know. I'm just cloning stuff from somewhere else for now. It needs to be cleaned up in the future. But what if we do this, right? We just load in the file raw, like this. Like this. UTF-8. And now, if we output this, this shouldn't output anything, because that's outputting it to the console in the thing, right? Yeah. We actually want to do this out here. We're gonna do this out here. And then we need to pass it in, because it's all cross bollocks, right? FSP stands for const fsp equals require file system dot promises, and we'll probably want fs as well, and this is just fs dot promises. There we go. Okay, so that's the raw JavaScript text. So now if we do this, and then instead of source, we'll do this equals JS text. Now this we can pass in like that. Text content equals JS text, yada yada yada. We'll do this higher up. And we'll probably const these so we don't confuse ourselves. And does that pass in? It should. And well, let's see what the screenshot won't tell us anything. But we didn't get the error. So let's see if res outputs this. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So let's make a list of these guys. Let's make a list of this. Let's make a list of these over here where I can do this sort of thing. And this sort of thing. And now we can do this sort of thing. Replace all. Replace all. And boom. And we probably want to get rid of these. And we probably want to put them in multiple lines. So I'm just going to undo all of this automation with some manual labor. Because now what we can do is we can just load in all these files. In fact, what we'll do probably in the final version, we can just serve all of this as a singular HTML thing, right? And we don't need to do all this messiness. It's just strange that I couldn't load JavaScript externally using the script tags. It's a little strange. It's not going to hold us up very long. It's still a bit strange, right? And now we should be able to do a asynchronous thingamajig, right? So let JS resources or resources equals JS resources empty array, and we'll do just let JS files JS res files equals yada yada yada, and then we're just gonna loop over these. I wish I could use for each, but with async it's just a bit of a pain in the butt. Let I equal 0, I smaller than dot length, I plus plus, and now we can just do this. JS resources dot push. Although we don't actually need to do it like this. We could literally async the whole thing. Yeah, actually, yeah, we are just gonna do that like idiots, right? So it's gonna be this res files. It's just gonna go in here. So that's gonna get us the file. Let JS content or JS text do this, and now when you do this, we can do this. Don't even need a res here. Don't need any of this anymore now. JS text is fine. Do this. And we can probably simplify all of this in the future anyways. So we get like this. Await, evaluate, JS text, like that. Don't need that. And this, we can, once again, just sort of kind of skip here. Don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, and don't do that. And close that. So we're gonna have our JS text in here. We're gonna append that to the body, and we don't actually need to do anything. And we should get even error logs on the outside. And bleh. Yeah, that the syntax highlighting was right. Let yes for no such file directory, yada yada yada. Open portable events / / extra slashes. Don't need the extra slashes. And no such file directory, open portable events, utilities. Wait. Let JSFN. We're doing the async all. We're doing all the async. Read file JSFN. Come on. Come on. Trigger uncaught exception. No such file directory. Why is it trying to open this whole list? Is this not an array? Oh, because because I'm not actually pulling the elements out. Ooh, okay. What is all of this? Where's this coming from? Error. Oh, okay, from the error. Oh. Oh, this is going into the console. So we're already outputting into the console the picture, and it looks like we're getting a freaking picture. Look at this, guys. Look at this. So ironically, this is actually a way of getting the picture out without actually doing the screenshot. We want timestamps, right? We want timestamps. So we want to do something like let t0 equals date.now. And then on the console, we're gonna do date.now minus t0. as our thingamajig here. And then we'll get rid of the sleep and just see if the screenshot is ready by then. And we're gonna have to delete them because I don't know if these are actually, you know, they're gonna get overwritten. And startup server all the way to thingamajig, and I typo the frickin' console logging, obviously. And I still somehow get this very simple command wrong. All right, boom, screenshot. What's the screenshot got? Okay, so it didn't just do one screenshot, it did a bunch, right? Because that's what's in our thingamajig, in our pack listing. That's actually not bad at all. Let's see. So from start to console error response. Where does the response come from? It's actually because it's loading that image that it has already encoded. All right. So that image is obviously ready much earlier. In starting app version. So that's 836 milliseconds in. We get a bunch of errors, yeah, because something is wrong with the SVG rendering, yada, yada, yada. All right, let's do the, let's put the timer on the response stuff as well, just because that's actually giving that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change pack listing. So pack listing, you know, this was something we were testing, you know, this. Let's change this, right? And let's try this a little structured. So pack listing, we're gonna rename this to, no, we're gonna make a copy. We're gonna say pack listing test thumbnail. All right. So we're gonna move test, we're gonna change test thumbnail, and we're gonna need to replace pack listing with test thumbnail. And then test thumbnail is not gonna do all the stuff that it was previously doing. So we're gonna assume we just have puzzle data and we turn that to a thumbnail. That's really all we're gonna assume. We're gonna get rid of all of this. Gonna get rid of all of this. Gonna get rid of all the pack stuff. And we are literally just gonna do a get thumbnail here. And we don't even need a get thumbnail because a get thumbnail generates an image. Although I think we need that ultimately. We're gonna do a get thumbnail. Pack.puzzles, pack puzzles options, pack.puzzles. So we had this get thumbnail. 1 second. Get thumbnail needs get thumbnail. Get thumbnail. Doesn't seem to accept arguments anyways. Append child pack list and pack to element pack. Wait a second. I forgot what I was doing here. We probably don't need any of this stuff, to be honest. So let's just have a quick, let's do that here. Yeah. I think this little guy here. And then we can just do opts here. Opts, right? That, which we probably need to reload here. I think it caches the files. No. No. Hard reload. Hard reload. Because now we don't have the files in here. Yeah, because we've just changed everything. But if we do this, this might still work on the other one because it'll just error out and then we'll just load the data in afterwards. Of course, now this needs to change to test thumbnails. Thumbnail. And I think here I might have, nope. Okay, so that still gives us 4. Why is this giving us 4? Oh, 4 each puzzle. Okay. So artisanal 31. So this was just my test stuff. Solution. Artisanal FP data. So artisanal F2. So let's start with a clean piece of data. Query selector get thumbnail puzzle. So get thumbnail decode puzzle. One sec, I'm trying to get my head around what I'm doing here. Also, I still don't understand how I'm passing arguments into get thumbnail here, which turns a function. Puzzle and options. Okay, so get thumbnail puzzle. Console.log. Let's just see what it expects, right? I think it's got decoded data here, so we might just have to decode it quickly. So puzzle is decoded fpuzzles data, right? Is this fpuzzles data? I think so. So if we are looking at encoded puzzles, the fpuzzles data. So if we look at one of these, that's encoded, and that was decoded into pack data by just doing this, I believe. I think that's all we did. No, not encode fpuzzles. What am I doing? Decode. Decode fpuzzles plus. Right? That's this guy. And this guy looks like these, does it? Or does it need to do some conversion? 1 second. This is overlays region. This is decoded into encode fpuzzles data. Artisanal F31. So wait a second. Artisanal puzzles. Oh, this is hurting my brain. This is decoding it all the way to 1 second. This is decoding it all the way. And what kind of decoded level is it expecting? Is this just accepting the raw data from this piece, which is... This is... this is fpuzzles data. While this is CTC data, right? So this is decoded all the way. Will that work? I'm trying to remember what I did to go from here to this. I encoded it again, and then I decoded puzzle data. So decode puzzle data is just generic. It'll decode anything. Index of ID puzzles get thumbnail. So get thumbnail ID. So that goes from the thumbnailer, and the thumbnailer. My brain is like, this was never a clean API, right? Thumbnailer. Wait for thumb image resolve thumbnail thumb load thumbnailer get thumbnail ID get puzzle ID decode puzzle data fpuzzles encode decode puzzle data. So this, the thumbnailer in here, does that. Puzzle to CTC. When does that happen? Puzzle to CTC. Okay, first of all, we'll step down from this guy and we'll do one of these guys. Right. So get thumbnail. Now the puzzle in this case would be this 0, for example, right? If we run this, we got one screenshot here. And this looks like this. Let's just see what our start data is. While this doesn't look like that at all. No, it does. It looks identical. Except, okay, I'm confusing myself here, as usual. So that's this, and that's the output from decode puzzle data, and the other one is from some other place. Oh, so who else is confused? Ah, wait. And wait, we have another one. Where does this come from? 136. 1, 3. Ah, okay. All right. So get thumbnail puzzle. Get thumbnail puzzle has this stuff in it. The decoded puzzle data, it looks like this. So this is CTC data. So this decodes the data puzzle DB ID. So this is not really what we want. We want to be able to pass in the puzzle data directly. Right? Encode fpuzzles data. So decode fpuzzles data. So if we do this, then we should be able to pass. So this shouldn't work anymore now. Yeah, this will blow up. But instead of this, we should now be able to pass in this kind of URL format as well as CTC format. Right? And that works. Okay. So let puzzle data equals this, and then we'll just get puzzle data here and get rid of that. So now this generates that with append child. But let's get thumbnail. Wait for thumb. So get thumbnail is not async. So let img equals log img, right? And get thumbnail puzzle. We just, quietly hide that. This is super messy. So we get an image, and this image eventually will be loaded. So this, wait for thumb, we should be able to do something like async like this, and then we should be able to do this, wait for thumb, wait for thumb, log ready. And we'll do image here and image there. All right. And wait. Await not defined. Await not defined. Can we do this? Can we do await inside a non-async? No. How do we do await in the root of a JavaScript file? I forget. Alright, we don't need that. Screw it. Let's not be fancy. Let's not be too fancy for our own good. And then we can put these two in there, indent the whole thing properly, get rid of the blank line and this rubbish, and the ready never fires. Wait for thumb. Thumb already loading. So wait for thumb here. New promise reject. Wait for thumb. Boom, 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 boom. Set timeout resolve. Wait for thumb. Interval error. Thumbnail thumb load. Wait for thumb. Wait for thumb. Image. Thumb already loaded. So false. Thumb already loaded. IMG is false. Why is that false? Thumb already loaded. If image is undefined. Thumbnail error. Oh, I have to pass in the image. Image. Because image is undefined. Okay. So wait for thumb IMG. Boom. So first one may or may not be the actual thumbnail. Or would this be the... I don't know, actually. SRC. image.src, because I'm just worried that async wise the image won't be ready yet at this point. True. So we're img1 wait for thumb. So wait for thumb runs more than once. Okay, that's expected. img1, yeah, okay, so img1 is just the default thingamajig, and then img2 is ready. So via the console we could get the image back, but we can literally execute this code ourselves from the outside. So if we do something like const get thumbnail async equals async sync data, and then we can do we'll do this, and then we'll do this, await, and then we'll do return img. Right? So now we should be able to just do this. Puzzle data opts await let img equal, and then if I output this here, it should be async ready if the await works here, and if the await doesn't work, we can just do this instead. Get thumbnail async img ready. One function call with an image at the end. Okay. Okay. Let's test this. Right? Because this we don't really need anymore either. Whoops. So, get rid of this. Again, make sure everything's working correctly. Reload this. Okay. Okay. And now we basically need to execute this little thing in the context of our target function. And we might even be able to get something back out. So let's grab something different. Let's grab one of these later ones, like that. And this should be fpuzzles, yada yada, right? And then we'll do an evaluate with argument. So we'll do puzzle data opts like that. And we'll do let res equals await. And then here, puzzle data and ops is just going to be our width, height, yada yada thing here. Sorry about saying yada yada a lot. It's probably terribly annoying, and I should not be doing that. Okay. Are we at the end of Chipcell episode round 1? Okay. Keep going, Chipcell. Keep going. We're not done yet. Feels longer than an hour, but I feel like we've actually been making progress, right? That's kind of nice. So we've got puzzle data. We've got our options. Let thumb opts. Let's just pass this in as a label variable. So puzzle data thumb ops. And then in here, in the context of the page, we're basically executing this. And we should be able to do let img or return await this, actually. Like that. And we can probably just do that. And we don't need that. We don't need that. What do you think, Mark? Bets on this working first try? Oh, okay. Res already. Yeah, whatever. So res should now then contain the image URL. Get thumbnail async. So after missing after argument list, evaluate this. We have to do this, maybe. Unexpected identifier. Okay, well, let's do a regular function body here. So return await. Await is only valid in the top level bodies of modules. Can I pass an async function into evaluate? I don't know if that's possible. So evaluate page.emulate evaluate. Does this accept an async function? Promise awaited return type page function. So I think the function passed to page evaluate handle returns the promise. The function will have wait for the promise to resolve. Okay, so it should work, but it might not like the syntax. And there's a comma here. Line one, yeah, thank you. Ooh, what does this look like? Does this look like thingamajig? Huh. So if we take this here, I think if we just take this and get rid of this part, rest dot match, and we'll need to make this work for PNG as well, right? Replace, but we'll probably know what's coming in and what's going out, right? So let svg equals eCode URI component. That's available in Node, right? And then if we output svg here and do this, because the trick then is, the real test is, can we run multiple of these on the same instance, one after the other, very quickly? Res.replace is not a function. Res is not a function. Then what the heck is all of this? This is the response. So wait a second, res is not actually coming back here. Let img equals return img. Well, img. I think we need to return the source of this, right? Because it's giving us back an image. Log image. So this console log, shouldn't that also hit the console thing here? Console response. I guess it doesn't. It doesn't, huh? Image.src. If we return the source of image, is that it? Is that what res is like now? Is that what's in res? Yes. So if we don't output res and output svg instead, now we're getting svg data. And now if we do JSP, wait, JSP.write file, file name, okay. So thumb 001 svg, right? If we do this, we now should have an SVG file here. Or not. or we get an error. JSP, what am I writing? FSP. Yeah. It's always the littlest silly things that mess you up in the end. Okay. All right. I think it's missing some of the styling, but that can be injected. That is not a big deal. And this won't work at the moment. I'm curious actually, if I do this, will the errors prevent the other stuff from working? Interestingly, it seems to load the latest files from the server, as it should. And then test thumbnail doesn't execute anything, which makes sense. Right. So if I do one of these, just to test this quickly, and I stick these in here like that and get rid of this. And whoop, I did not include all of that. And then ups this LMG, SRC, and then get rid of all of this, and let res equals mg.src. So if I do this here, it should execute. So that should execute, and it does. Okay, and if I rerun this, so the thumbnail won't do anything right now because we're not actually rendering anything. Which obviously, okay, wait, one sec. This, if I then add this to the page, that's what I want to do. So if I then go here, and I append the child of this IMG, I think it will look correct because it will be on a page that has the right styles. Yeah, you see it'll have the lines, but the styles aren't part of the SVG. That's a completely separate problem, to be honest. And it's actually not a big deal. So that means, in principle, the basic thing we've got working. Oh, in fact, we can confirm this simply by converting it to a PNG, right? If I change, if I get rid of this, get rid of this, and don't do that, then I can change this to format PNG, right? And if I do this now, we should get PNG data in the end. This looks like SVG data though. This looks like SVG data. Okay, let's do it in our little test harness here. So we don't actually want to do this. We want to do this. With that. I think it probably has to be output, something like that. Wait, what? Clear that. Run that. What does this mean? Oh, because it's executing. All right. I'm rushing. I think I'm smelling the finish line. That's when I rush and make silly mistakes. All right, so that's SVG data for sure. What about output? I don't know I don't have an API for something. Anyway, I should for everything. I should get in the habit of building them from the start with the right stuff. So options, get thumbnail. So how do we pass the options in? Get thumbnail options, get thumbnail options, get thumbnail, get thumbnail, options. We have options, and we're not using them for anything else. Seriously? we're not using them elsewhere. I thought this was already doing the thing. SVG to PNG. SVG to data URL. SVG to data puzzle to SVG. I think I'll just have to run it separately. So thumbnailer dot SVG to data URL to PNG. TP is that the prototype? Thumbnailer assign TP. So thumbnailer. No. Thumbnailer is not defined. It is. Is it hidden in here? God damn it. Ah, I think I exposed it here. Oh, come on. Dot. What was it called? SVG to PNG? SVG to PNG. And it takes SVG and options. Okay. And the options are width and height, I'm guessing. All right. All right. So SVG to PNG. Zip tip tip. img.src. Wait. It needs SVG. Is this SVG to data URL? So this is the clean SVG. So the D data URLified. Okay. So it needs this. And we can speed that up because a lot of this stuff is actually really expensive and we're just doing it multiple times. So then afterwards we can optimize it very easily and cut out a lot of these encoding, decoding steps and all that stuff. SVG to PNG. SVG. And this, is this async? SVG, it's async. So we'll do let PNG equals await. And then we're just gonna see what happens. Now the PNG data, is that base64 encoded, or is that raw, or is that as an image? I don't entirely know. But if I do this, we've got the SVG here, and then we have the PNG as base64 encoded. Okay. All right. All right. We can work with this. So after the SVG conversion, and I don't even know if I should do this in Node or in the browser. Probably do it in the browser because that's where all the stuff lives, right? So we have the image. We have the image. We're gonna do img, and we're just gonna say let svg URL equals img.src. Then we'll do this from svg URL replace. Don't log this. And then we'll output the PNG, and then the PNG is now base64 encoded. But we can decode it here, and then we'll just do. I don't know if there's a performance difference, to be honest. PNG, and we'll do the same thing with like we did here. And we'll call this PNG URL, and then we'll do let PNG equals this with PNG URL, and then the thing here is image slash PNG UTF-8, right? And then we return PNG, and then we'll see what that looks like. All right, and we are still getting base64 encoded data, image slash PNG semicolon PN semicolon base64 comma. Okay, so that's the difference, I think. Ah, wait, no, what am I doing? Not decode URL. Ah, Jesus Christ. Not decode URL. JavaScript decode base64. So it's A to B or B to A or whatever, right? B to A, I think. And encodes it. No, A to B. So that should be A to B. And then that should come back as a raw buffer. Right. And is that actual PNG data? That's the question now. Is that raw PNG data? Res PNG. Okay. Ugh, don't output that. It's nasty. So, does this give a valid PNG? No, it doesn't. JavaScript decode base 64 PNG to PNG file. So, data URL to file, split, comma, mime, yada, yada, yada. B string. Way1 only works for data URL, not for other types of URL. Okay. 2 works for type data URL, data URL, blob URL, etc. Fetch URL, array. Okay, so this is literally... isn't there a more straightforward way of just converting it directly? Unload, split, A to B, decode, A to B. Encoding is messed up here, so we fix it. Encoding is messed up. So we have our A to B. Good. Wait, what? The file. Source. So this is escape V. B to A. Decode URI component. Escape V. Read as text. B to A. No. So node convert base 64 PNG to file buffer. So we want to decode the base 64 and then save it. Yes, exactly. This is what we want. Read files from image to base, from base 64 to string. Buffer from... Okay. I guess... Man. I guess we can return the base 64 encoded data. Or node convert PNG data URL to file buffer. Data URL in node. Yeah. How do we parse the data URL in node? Buffer from split. So it just throws away this part. Okay. So probably the smart thing is to just return the URL. And then on this side, we're going to... Guess we were going to do this, but this is obviously ignoring what the actual types are. But that's okay. A to B, ASCII to binary. Yeah, but apparently that's not correct. You'd think it would be, but you know, with UTF-8 and all that, ASCII is no longer the way to go. Separate out the MIME component. Do we need the MIME, though? Do we need the MIME type? Because I just want to write the raw data, right? And at some point, it's got to be raw data. Well, all right. Data byte string from base 64. A to B and B to A and all that stuff, it's always been a little bit wonky. And I've never really spent the time to get my head around to why it's a problem. Why is it wonky? So what does this look like? It should look something like this, I guess. Okay, it's a buffer. So in theory, this might just work. So 7 kilobytes. Eee, okay, so this does work. All right. This works. Now, we want to get rid of some of this logging because that's going to slow things down just by writing to the console, right? So we've got a PNG file here. So let's get, let's turn this into a async function. So we're going to make a function, const. And we're just going to say get thumb thumbnail. I'm gonna literally call it get thumbnail. It's gonna be async, and it's gonna take async, and it's gonna take puzzle data and options, just like everywhere else. And now it's gonna enclose this with the call into the browser. So we're gonna do let res, and we're gonna call this PNG URL. Await, evaluate. Does this have to be async? Yes. Okay. Puzzle data, ops. I'm gonna just pass these two in there. No worries. This function, can we define this elsewhere? So evaluate, if we call this eval get thumbnail, and we'll just take this as the function body. I'm not entirely certain it'll work because of the weird bindings, right? Like this global, is this bound already because I'm using an arrow function here? You'd think it is, but somehow it isn't. That's one thing in JavaScript I actually don't understand. How can you execute something in a different context when this is supposedly a closure, right? It's a closure. Is this a different context? Get thumbnail async doesn't exist in this context, right? So that's an async function that we can pass in here as one of the three arguments, like that, like that, like that. And then the PNG URL gets changed this way. No, here we're just going to return that. So that's really just that's it, right? That's the function. And then we can so then const PNG URL to buffer PNG URL, and then it's basically just these two things. And then later on we'll deal with, you know, actually looking at this correctly. I'm just returning this, right? And then we'd be able to do this. Let PNG URL equals this. And then PNG let PNG buffer equals PNG URL to buffer with the PNG URL, like that. And then we should be able to just write it to a file. And we don't need any of this anymore. And that's it. All right. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do two of them and convince ourselves that they've generated twice and in two different things, right? And we're gonna do this, and we're gonna call this 2, and this we're gonna call 1. Gonna make sure this is indeed a different block of data. That F puzzles, right? Indeed looks different, not the same length. Thumbs, the options we're gonna share them for now. And so these two calls in that. So what we're gonna do is let t1 equals state.now, or just let t0 t1, and then we're gonna do, and I think the t, and let's go t1 t2. t1 is date.now, and we're gonna write thumb1, and we're gonna do this as well. Like that. And I'll get rid of the lets. And then this is just gonna be date.now. And this t1. We're not actually gonna use t2. So we're gonna do the whole thing again. We're gonna call this thumb2, and this will be puzzle data 2, and this will be puzzle data 1. And the idea is we're going to delete these, and now we're gonna see if generating 2 is faster or not. All right, we got an error. 134. 134. This puppeteer. 134. Data res. Oh, PNG URL. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. It bugs me, something like that. Something so simple, using up so many lines. All right, bad habit. All right, we got okay. The errors are fine because we're just loading in the data later on. Split is not a function. PNG URL.split is not a function, and I'm already regretting it. PNG URL. So why is it not coming through? This is not a string. It is a promise. So we're not awaiting here. That's what's happening. Boom. Boom. So 76 milliseconds on the second one, 140 on the first. 76 milliseconds, this is very nice. Look at that. Look at that. And if we make these bigger, I'm realizing if we do the rendering to PNG, wait, if the rendering to PNG in the browser should include the lines, but why is it not? Why is it not doing that? So let's do our little testy guy here. So if I do these, right? If I do get thumbnail puzzle data, ops, like that, let, and then I'll do PNG URL and hide all this. Yeah, let's just run that. Because I thought I did this before, and the lines, the CSS was preserved because it's present in this environment. Page is not defined. Okay. Oh yes. So we don't want to evaluate this remotely. We want to basically this is get thumbnail is really just an alias for this in this environment, right? Like that. Get eval thumbnail is not defined. Get eval thumbnail. Get eval. What am I doing? It isn't. We'll just need this, and then we'll do that. I'm wondering, because obviously this is not the same browser, so it could literally be that can read properties of undefined reading SVG to PNG. Get thumbnail thumbnailer. Oh. Okay. So we're just gonna do this and that. Let's see. And that. Yes, we don't need to do the last step. So let's skip that and that. We can skip that. All right. So this gets us PNG data. Now, I'm presuming this PNG data will look different. So if I put that in here, yes. So you see that has the grid lines on it. So I have a feeling that our Chromium instance is not evaluating the styles the same way. And one way of testing that would be by attaching the image to the document in here. So we have our image, so we can do, oh document element dot append child img, and then doing the screenshot at the end without delay and hope for the best, basically. So if we do this, and we'll do a screenshot here. And did I just press something? Okay. Can't read properties undefined reading append child. Don't document element is undefined. Document element is not there. Okay. And now, yes, okay. So the CSS isn't being rendered or utilized correctly. So I'm wondering if the CSS has the same problem as the JavaScript files. I guess we might have to do the same thing. So all the externally loaded files somehow don't load correctly. Bit odd. Bit odd. That CSS res files. Okay. We'll just do the same thing here with the slight modification that we're generating link thingymajigs. And then we're going to copy this. We're gonna find out this. And we're gonna loop through these. And we're just gonna say CSS fn. This is this. This. All right, and then we're going to pass that in. And then we're going to do query selector head. And we're going to rename these, make this a link element, link. And then dot rel equals style sheet. Yeah, it should, but right now I just want to have a proof of concept. It does not feel right, indeed. No, wait, this is going to be a style element. And then we're gonna have CSS text that goes into the inside, and then we're going to have head.append child element. Like that. All right, let's see if that fixes the CSS issues. No, because you see right now I don't even know if it's not loading the files or if Chromium just renders it differently, right? I don't know what it'll look like in that instance. And I can't run the instance because of WSL, right? I can't run the instance with head, not headless. All right. Is it really doing a screenshot, or am I just looking at the old file? It is really doing a screenshot, but the screenshot doesn't contain anything. Why is that? Let's just do the one. Don't need to double dip here. So this is supposedly, yeah, it's doing an append child here. We can skip the PNG writing for now. So let's run this again. Did we have errors up here? Page error. Let me do something else. So if I comment these out, I'm wondering if it's to do, like, it could be something really silly, like it would expect the correct MIME types, you know, that the expectations of that Chromium engine are different from a regular Chrome browser, which might be more permissible. And it could be even like there could be arguments in Puppeteer that I can set to make it work the same. But, you know, I don't know if the documentation is good. I don't know how long it'll take me. So to figure that out might take a long while. And in the meantime, I'd rather know if the whole thing could possibly work in principle at all, you know. What I want to do is I want to run my manual evaluate function again up here. So I can And this is it's outputting this stuff, yeah. And then I want to just look into the head and the body and see what they have. So if I do this, something like that. So what does it output? And what's all this? Can I stop outputting all of this? Ah, this is the response stuff now, yeah. Console style. So I'm guessing this should be all of it, right? This should be all the styles. So this thing shouldn't have any styles right now. And the network bit should be empty. All right. And here we should be loading all of this stuff in. And at the end, we should get a screenshot. At the end, we should get a screenshot. We should still get the screenshot, right? Just because we're not writing the image out doesn't mean we shouldn't be getting the screenshot. So we get the thumbnail. Oh, that looks right. We don't get anything in the screenshot, but to be honest, I don't care about that. So let's get rid of these again, because they're just... The problem is the console is so underperformant that just by outputting things into the console, you're actually screwing with your timings. Okay, so skip the screenshot. Let's do our 2 and just time them. 136 and 72, right? And we have this one and this one. Beautiful. All right. So this is definitely acceptable. With caching, like I can run through 1,000 fairly quickly. It's you know. I'm tempted to just run this like in a loop a bunch of times. So if I do for let I equals 0, I smaller than 30, I plus plus. Just do this separately. And we'll just stick an I in here. Zip-a-doo. String I at start. God damn it. I have no idea the arguments order for pad start length. Okay. So 2, 0. Right. And that should just hit 30 times. And at 72 milliseconds, that should take a couple of seconds max. That should work, right? In theory. All right. Because I wanted to see if I do it repeatedly, does it get faster? And it seems to get quite faster. And we can potentially even do it in bulk. Like if we find out that, now they're obviously all the same. I don't do any internal, no, I do internal caching, right? So that actually, whoops, what did I just delete? What did I just delete? I just gotta make sure I'm on deleting pages. I am caching some of the decoding being done. So obviously that's why this test isn't actually relevant, because we're obviously hopefully only ever gonna do this once. All right, so this is possible in principle. Now, one thing I don't know is how much memory does this take or other resources, right? So let's bring up this and see if we can find it even. So this would be, I don't even know what I would be looking for. Is it this node one? Or is it one of these guys? Like, I don't know if node pops up this separate process where that would live. So it looks like it's this one, right? So if I run this, so we've got this. Ah, here's all the chromes. it shuts the Chrome down. That's weird. Oh, because I am calling browser.close. So, what if we generate them like a couple of seconds apart just to see what happens, to make sure it's still available, still sticking around, you know, and all that. So if I run it now, so it creates one. These errors are just from the parsing and the puzzles. Okay. All right, and the thumbnails look fine. Sweet. And then we can run them through PNG compression and whatnot. Okay, so here are our Chromium processes. It's not too bad, right? Like, memory is actually very good for a Chrome process. So a couple 100 megs. I mean, you know, there's 5 of them, 6, right? But it's not the end of the world. You know, I've upgraded now to like 2 gigabytes or 4 gigabytes of memory. So a couple of 100 megabytes should definitely be in the budget. Yeah, so here we go. They're about 32 gigabytes each. Unless this T means terabytes. Okay, it's virtual, so I think it'll be all right. Reserved. I think this is what I should worry about. So if I look at these guys, so 60, 30, 30, 30, 60. So it's about 200 megs. So the nice thing is I'm only running one of these. Now I could potentially run more than one page and it might actually operate in parallel, but it probably won't speed up because it's probably CPU bound. So let's have a look at external resource loading, why that's a problem. So private Puppeteer, external resource loading. Loading external scripts on page. Yeah, because it could literally be just a permission thing or something. Facing issue, please have you faced this kind of error? It's not allowed source script to following content security policy directive. Refuse to execute line of script because of valid inject file. Since Puppeteer add script tag method has taken over the deprecated page inject file method on some specific websites, I'm no longer able to inject JS files using the new add script tag method. Works better. Could it be that there's a default CORS in my server that just doesn't allow it? You know what I mean? So that it's literally, I mean, I don't know why it says, oh, I don't understand the symbol. That doesn't actually make a lot of sense. But it could be something as primitive as some kind of CORS header bollocking. Let's see. Yeah, it's not mentioned here. Not mentioned here. But maybe I have to mention it. And I think I'm doing this somewhere. I just have to remember where. Sven codes. Course. Course. Sudoku tools. SudokuPad. Server. No course here. Cache control. I think it might be related to the debug proxy. And this debug proxy lives under Sven codes, I believe. So if I search for course here. No. But it can give me a hint of where to look. So we have SudokuPad. So this is 907. I don't. Which process is this even? I don't even remember. Index. So SudokuPad. Yes, SudokuPad source link server. Oh my god, I haven't updated this in so long. Link server cores. So I think I was messing around with cores here somewhere. Cores, no, link server. Text data, log servers. Cores. Cores. if I do this, course, course, options, course. No cores. Check files. Puppeteer resource will fail. So I don't seem to be the only one with that issue. Require disable web security. So it could be a setting here. You know, let's try that. I mean, I don't mind cranking security down because I'm very tightly controlling what goes in and out. Like I'm not just passing in arbitrary stuff. So I think we're kind of safe there. If I do this, oh, this goes under here. Like that, not there. So now I had to use Puppeteer Extra plugin stealth. Wow, okay. I'm having issues using external resources in a Puppeteer job that I'm running with a full Chrome executable, not the default Chromium. Any help would be massively appreciated. Here's my Puppeteer call, all lines secure, proxy server, proxy bypass list, no sandbox, disable setup UID sandbox, remote debugging, port, autoplay policy, no user gestures required. Ah, that's good to know. Disable us for the following flex useful stealth plugin. So Puppeteer Extra. So there's plugins for Puppeteer. Now that's I don't like because God knows if they're maintained and whatnot. Puppeteer issues. Yeah, I mean I'm seeing a lot of these right now. Let's see what you saw. Puppeteer Extra, I'll check out right after. Let's see. Search Stack Overflow, wait until document loaded. Found nothing about this. So it might be a request. I'd like to load the HTML of the page only. I've tried to input, but it waits for the full page load. It takes long. This has nothing to do with mine. It's not a page loading thing. The problem is it literally complains about the syntax in the file, so the files have loaded. Wait, but maybe there are a bunch of HTML tags and CSS. Image starsheet font, request resource type, 90% abort, continue. Enable request interception, abort request for fonts, images, JavaScript, etc. Why? I don't want to abort them. Bunch of HTML tags and CSS. It only shows the source code. I'd like the HTML code only. This assumes that it's working, right? But it's not. Puppeteer Extra, what does that do? Drop-in replacement for Puppeteer. It augments install Puppeteer with a plugin functionality. Any okay, so that's just adding plugins. And then Puppeteer Stealth does what? Add stealth plugin, use defaults, all tricks to hide Puppeteer usage. Yeah, no, I don't need that. So the question is, why does it think I might need that? Where was the file I was reading just saw? Add script tag fails as well. Fails due to the CSP policy effect. CSP stays in Puppeteer's way in many cases. Please upvote. Cross-site protocol. The thing is, in this case, there's no cross-site protocol because I'm literally loading them from localhost from the same thing. Disable. Now, maybe disable web security is enabled. Yeah, so maybe these are in, because maybe because I'm not using HTTPS. So maybe some of these flags are gonna help. And we probably might need that in the future, but not in this case, I think. I mean, this again is a very limited use case. Let's try this. Okay, don't need that anymore. So that means we want to disable all of this. And then bring back the tags in the HTML like that. And like that. And let's see. Do we get the errors again? Yes. Unexpected end of input, unexpected token. So it's obviously not loading these files as JavaScript. There's something we could try to do. Because right now, if I look at network, oh, it actually crashes out. It crashes out. For 228 res. So if I do return here, does that actually close the process? No. So now I should be able to run this, right? And like I can look at these and I can say, okay, what are the course headers and all that sort of thing. So response headers, keep alive, application JavaScript. So it's supposedly returning the right headers. So let's bring it in the response thing here and see which response thing happens before which error, right? So unexpected token, this. So this does, the page error happens at a weird place. Yeah, this is so strange. I don't feel like I have a handle on this yet. Okay, we don't need that. Don't need that. Default viewport, no. Browser launch, headless, false. I mean, I want it to be headless, right? So I probably want to do headless, true. DevTools true. Although, that seems to... This was breaking before, right? Or it didn't do anything. Troubleshooting. Well, if it wants us to look at this, maybe we should. Let's see. Headless doesn't launch on Windows. By default, will fail to launch. Puppeteer passes when such policies are active. So, Chrome policies. Chrome, etc. Context. Workaround is try running without the flag. Ignore default arg. Oh my god, that's like really clunky. Launch args. Ignore default args. Like that, maybe. Let's see. So where was it failing before? Failed to launch the browser process. Now, still failed to launch the browser process. All right. Local Chromium. Troubleshooting. Okay. Make sure all necessary dependencies are installed. You can run LDD Chrome on a Linux machine. Check which dependencies are missing. Use GPU, enable GPU in headless mode. Requires. Okay. Let's try that. I don't think it's GPU compositing that's our problem. Pretty sure that's not the problem. Okay. Chrome is downloaded but fails to launch. The thing is, we know it runs, right? So, if you absolutely trust the content, you can open Chrome. You can launch Chrome with a no sandbox argument. Okay, we're already doing that. Unprivileged. Enable user namespace cloning. User namespace cloning is only supported by modern kernels. Unprivileged user namespace. So probably not in WSL. Running Privateer in Travis CI. Privateer in Circle. Running Privateer in Docker. Docker, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so I don't think that's gonna help. Let's go back to these guys. Okay, that's helped us earlier. Ah, this was the one we were looking into. Use stealth plugin. On the following. So autoplay policy, no user gesture. I mean, we can just throw all of these in there and just, you know, see if that makes a difference. So disable web security we already have. No sandbox we have. Disable setup UIDs. Remote debugging port. Allow insecure localhost we already have. Is that spelled correctly? Yeah. I don't think that's gonna do anything. Invalid argument. Headless. That was wrong. God damn it. That was what was wrong. All right. The other stuff still doesn't work. Now the weird thing is the responses are all coming through just fine. I wonder if response state is response URL response.headers. I wonder if I can pull the headers out and see if it's returning what there should be. You know what I mean? Like, are these you know, what's this MIME type, yada yada. Application JavaScript. So it's returning application JavaScript. So it's actually the correct MIME types. I wonder if the syntax error comes literally from what if the syntax error literally comes from some kind of async issue? Response should have a response.body, right? Response.body. 1 second. Node response body async. What's the syntax to get this thing out of there? Response.body response.body.text or something, right? Response.body dot response dot isn't it response.body.text or .json? There is an async call. I just want to see if the response body is available at that point, or will be available shortly after. Response.body is undefined. Response.body is undefined. Wait a second. Or and in response. What are the actual properties on our response objects here? It doesn't tell us. Response. So the problem is you don't know what kind of response it's returning, and it's not telling you here, and there's no like, yay, okay, but you know, the response event, what does it return? You're not telling me that. Do I have to look for like a response object? Ah, here we go. Yeah. Response.headers. The response. All headers names are lowercase. Record. What is a record? That's not how JavaScript works. Response.buffer. Response headers. Response JSON. Response.text. Is this async? Yes. So if we do response.text then res so the log res, and if we do response.headers, I don't think that's async. Headers response.headers. Oh geez, headers, and I don't know if I can just spread that like that. Maybe. I don't know what a record is in JavaScript. Are you kidding me? Non-collatable iterator. An object with HTTP headers associated with the response. All header names are lowercase. Okay. What is a record? JavaScript record. This is a new thing. Oh, it is. A TC39, a tuple. An object which HTTP. Is this giving me all of them? Or just one? Or a list? God damn it. So the text is coming out. Okay, asyncly. Yeah, so the text is all there. I mean, okay, I know it's all there. Otherwise, I couldn't get a syntax error on the text. So, duh. And I'll put it twice, so no wonder I'm getting spammed to death. Oh, wait, I was looking at these headers before. I already knew that. Oh, God damn it. So we have headers. We get the content. Invalid or unexpected token. I still don't understand that, though. JavaScript tag invalid or unexpected token. JavaScript tag, JavaScript. Chromium headless. Some sort of bogus code at the end of the source. Try to delete the last line, adding it back. Okay, no, we've seen this before. Okay, this doesn't really help. Could it be that it's adding in some weird Unicode code garbage? I mean, they all look simple enough, right? They're just a plain JavaScript file. Nothing weird about these. What if I add Puppeteer? Puppeteer. Do my little search here. In Puppeteer. Getting stack Puppeteer, unexpected token. I tried code, it worked perfectly. No, that's not just Puppeteer relation fields. Yeah, okay. Something went wrong with the R symbol inner text. It might be BOM R symbol in inner text. R symbol in inner text. Inner text. The R symbol in inner text. Inner. The hell? Damn it. You're switching from Twitch to this was the one we looked already, right? Don't load images CSS. Page 1 or the subject you're really interested in, ignore everything else. If you do the first option, make sure you call set request. Yeah, no. Is there some other setting? Cross to a statement. Don't want this up. Can I not have these showing on my stream, please? No. That's idiotic. I don't want to disable all notifications. One second, I need to preheat the oven. Hey Shelby, how are you doing? I'm trying to figure out why Puppeteer is being a little so-and-so. A little prissy, like, you know, like one of those plants that dies no matter what you do. That's what it feels like. Is that valid? No. In Chrome has a... Yeah, these are all people that are experiencing the same problem in Chrome, while I don't experience those problems at all. Is there, for Puppeteer, is there, okay, guides, request interception, Puppeteer node. Extend the main Puppeteer class nodes by fetching downloading browsers. No, I don't need that. Because I need something that's a little bit more kind of just the guide. Not just... Download but fails to launch. Setting up Chrome. Now that runs fine. It just doesn't let me load any freaking files from localhost, which is Run Heroku, AWS Lambda. Well, this is transpilation issues. If you're using JavaScript transpile like Babel JavaScript, calling evaluate with an async function might not work. This is because while Puppeteer uses function product to string serialized functions, while transpilers could be changing the output code in such a way that it's incompatible with Puppeteer. This problem would be to construct the transpile, not to mess with the code. For example, configure TypeScript, use latest ECMA version target. Another workaround would be by using string template instead of functions. No, that's not my problem either. It fails much earlier than that. Tracing. In-class exposed to tracing audit interface. That might be useful in the future. Console message. Console message object to dispatch by page via the console event. Okay. Wait. Ooh, okay. This might get me some information on those stupid debug messages. So let's see. Console and message.stack. Oh, I looked for stack, not stack trace. Maybe that gives me some more information. Nope. Nope. Oh, because that's under page error. Oh, damn it. Page error. But maybe I get stack traces here anyways. Yeah. So we have on page error here. Console message. So is there a page error class? Page error console message. Well, let's see. Maybe it uses the same interface. Maybe. Nope. Stack trace. No, that wouldn't work, would it? Oh God, how do I mistype things so frequently? Stack trace. No. I'm not seeing something similar. Event emitter errors on event type on handler. Okay, handler. Oh, this is super useful. Thank you. How the hell? How is this documentation? Jesus Christ. This is just... this is like a syntax description of the language. This is not documentation for this particular thing. Puppeteer. Page error stack trace. Since the documentation doesn't tell me. Console.error.bind. Request failed. Page. Find this listener. Request failed. No, request failed we have. That's not what we're looking for. Page error. Error. How do I capture page errors? I was trying to find page errors using Puppeteer. It's not showing anything. Q code I use. Lost duplicates of how to get all console, including errors, CSP violations, failed resources. Console. Now the weird thing is, wait a second. Why is this coming as a page error and not as a console? What does that even mean, page error? But that's the thing, the documentation doesn't tell me what they mean by page error. Because maybe it happens here, but because this is not... Man. Unexpected token. Not unexpected token. So inside Puppeteer, we get this. And everybody is just talking about rubbish that has nothing to do with this case. Puppeteer. Page error. I still don't know how page error works. These are all errors when people are actually installing things with errors. But in my case, the code doesn't have any freaking error. This is so frustrating. Page with CSP breaks some of Puppeteer method to pay a script tag. At the very least, we should fail gracefully. I'm using Puppeteer as a post-build crawl to generate static dump of my SPA. With crawling, I'd like to inline critical CSS and add a CSP directive. My page already had a CSP meta tag, which is good to have. Starts getting funky. Would love if it can disable CSP altogether when crawling. Disable CSP. I mean, we could inject CSP. But I don't understand why there's a CSP issue in the first place. We're not cross-site scripting or anything like that. One second, let me just get rid of these as well. Maybe it's something in my server, how it returns stuff. Like, maybe my server doesn't load these files correctly, but I mean, this works, right? And it loads all these files just fine. And as far as I can tell, let me see. There should be no cross-site scripting stuff. Maybe there should be cross-site scripting stuff then. Maybe I need to add it. Did I just see that a second ago somewhere? Find CSP. Ors, no. Yeah, this doesn't help me. This doesn't help me. Ah, wait. No. Remote target. Can I? Is that this page though? I don't think so because this is not a remote target, right? Ha! We have a remote console. Mark, progress. Progress. Okay. 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 Now, not super helpful, right? Network. Refresh. The CSS just appears in the page like this. That is not right. What? What? What happened? Sorry. We don't want to do this other stuff here. Yeah, we're returning after the res. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Where was I? Where was the thing? Inspect. There's an about blank as well. What the heck is up with that? Is it possible that we're opening two pages actually? If I refresh this, okay, there's nothing. If I refresh this. Now this is weird because the refresh here gives us something that doesn't make any sense. Wait, no, but this doesn't make any sense either. This is not what the server returns on index.html. It just isn't. This is not correct. What if I do this? If I do this, right? Then text. If I do this, I get a promise. Text console.log text. And why does it get disconnected? And why does this not evaluate the promises correctly? Type error, failed to fetch. Index. Localhost : / no. 1600 http : / I do this. Failed to fetch. Is this not possible? Oh, there we go. Inspect. No. No. Yeah, there we go. Inspect. Why does this URL return console log HTML index.html? Why the hell is this? Let me just paste this here somewhere. Sorry, I'm like, okay, so the index.html file initially returns the right stuff, but on a subsequent fetch, it no longer does. We have a surf static path handler here. I have the slash here. And I removed the slash, and now all the thingies aren't right anymore, I think. Thingies, the references. Okay. If I run this here, and if we inspect this, and then run this, we are still, if I now fetch this. Okay, all right, okay. All right. It's slowly starting to make sense again. So that means if I refresh this page, it refreshes correctly. Yes, okay, this is what I needed. All right, I wanted to get these. So token asterisk at portable events. So portable events.js apparently doesn't bring up portable events.js. It brings up a CSS file. Okay. Now that's not the problem we had before. It's still a problem though. So portable events, returns CSS, returns puzzle loader. Okay, so these are returning freaking random files. What the hell? What the hell? This is very bizarre. Sorry if I have so many browser windows overlapping. I cannot see anything right now. So I very well might have missed some chats. Apologies. In fact, let me check Twitch chat. So I never know when my chat app just stops working quietly without telling me. All right, surf static path. Why the hell is this all just rubbish? Surf static. Okay, so console.log surf static file path. And okay. And I'm just gonna output the URL in the file path, I think. It could be that it's like mixing up which files to load and stuff. And this might be a CSS syntax file thing, right? Am I editing simple server in this place? No. So let's make sure we're actually editing the file that we're using, because otherwise we're gonna look like idiots. And by we, I mean me. So thumbgen. So we have a simple server here. And this, we're just gonna undo the hell out of it. I really don't want to mess something up. And now we're gonna rerun this and see what it's trying to do. So let's see. Let us see. Script.js. Controls tools. /controls tools.js. Now, where did the / go? Wait a second. Wait a second. So serve static path. Serve static path. And serve requests. One sec. Serve static path. So what does serve static path do? It's combining. It's generating a relative to path to where we are. And then it's generating a serve static for that file. Okay, that's actually not wrong. So if we do url.pathname, url.href, and then file path, that should give us something more saner. So serve static should be this. So these all look fine. Puzzle listing, portable events, utilities, puzzle loader, puzzle tools. Okay, so these all look fine. So let's go back. Now the thing is, we know that even the CSSs weren't loaded correctly. But I think at least at this point, we're back to where we were before, which isn't working. Hey guys. So if we load in just one file, do we still get the unexpected error, unexpected token error? Now, unexpected token. So portable events, so /portable events. The thing is, let's, we tried injecting the full file, right? Let's try injecting the script tag with the source reference. So this thing, right? So, somewhere here we're outputting res before return. So what if we have this little thing here, writing a script tag. We're putting this into its source. We don't do this, and then we do this. And then we return head.inHTML. Okay. What if body so we have the body here. We have this script tag. So what I'm curious about is I don't think, can we access the body of a script tag that's been loaded like that? I don't even know if we can, to be honest. Basically, I just want to look into it, right? Response, we should be able to output the response body here. Yeah. And the response header does not look correct. Response.text. Let's output, wait, res, yeah. Response.text, response.url. So Response.url portal prevents. So outputs this. So that should mean that what we're loading over here is the wrong data. I'm pretty sure, though, that we would be very hard pressed. So if we load the same file with the same argument, this is so weird. This is promise or promises? Promises. So if we do a fsp.read file, file path, utf-8, dot then, log, file path, res. What's that smell? Wonder what's going on. So it's still, is it loading the wrong file or not? I still don't know for sure. What are events? No, this is the wrong freaking file. What the hell, man? No, wait. No. Okay, sorry. No, we are looking at the capital file. So that's not here. That must be, no, yeah. So it's definitely returning. So, okay. So this is the data. It's loading from the file, right? Then why does the response return different data? It's driving me crazy. What if instead of attaching a script thingamajig here, what if we literally just do something like fetch portable events, god damn it, portable events.js, events.js, then actually let res equals await, and then we'll do let text equals res dot text, and then return text. And then this should hit the response thing, but it should also come back through here. Boom. Okay, so we have response.text, which returns the CSS for God knows what reason. So here it claims this is what comes back when we're requesting this URL. But this is what the file server provides. What the fuck? And you know what? The crazy thing is, this reminds me of something. I've been here before. Because this is the file. This is literally the file. I'm reading the file out in the web server. When it reads the file, I read it a second time and copy it out. You see, now that I removed those, it's literally just returning the last file that happened. So I wonder if either Puppeteer is screwing something up here, and it's just not returning the actual files that the file server is returning, which is a bit weird. Is it because I'm handling on response? Is it expecting me to do something? Maybe? Maybe I'm intercepting the whole process? But I thought this was just sort of a notification type thing. Res. Yeah, no, it doesn't return the thing correctly. Fuck. This is so screwed up. And this is like a basic operation, like, the fuck? Puppeteer not fetching external files correctly. Like, this is just a plain fetch call. Could not find expert browser Chrome. I mean, this is just completely broken. Like, completely broken. I mean, this exact same code with a fetch in the browser works fine. So if I do this async, god damn it. If I do something like, god damn it. If I do something like this, right, with the same relative reference on the URL and everything, and I put it in the same page, and, you know, execute it, not just define it. I don't know if I have to await it, to be honest. I might have to. And this is not what I just copied. And I do have to await it. I have to await this as well. Wait, is that what happened? I was missing an await. But then how does it return anything? Frick. Sorry. It means I need to await this as well. The thing is, it still doesn't work, right? So res, yeah, you see it's returning HTML here. Let me excuse me. Let me manipulate this a little bit just to make sure I know what I'm getting back. So if I'm adding this, is that what I'm seeing here prefixed? Yes. So it is returning the string, and this is the string that comes back from this fetch call. No, I'm literally just fetching a URL. I'm just plain fetching a file, but instead of actually fetching the file, it just returns a different one. And it seems to be, it returns the last one that it loaded or something. And I have no idea why it would do that. And the first one, it loads correctly, right? So I'm pretty sure if I go to portable events, this will return portable events.js. Yes, in fact, there it is, right? Well, okay, that's the other thing, but I'm assuming I wouldn't be surprised if this returns the correct stuff. Serve static. Yeah, everything seems to work. It's just that somewhere between my server returning the correct file and my correct JavaScript requesting the file, Puppeteer returns something different. Now, there is a way of intercepting the thingies, the requests. So I'm not intercepting them, but maybe I should re-intercept them and then substitute them for the correct one. This is so weird. So new page. What if I do false? Maybe it's on by default. I mean, it seems to be doing all sorts of weird stuff. All right. What if I set it to true? What happens then? Nothing. All right. So if I then do on request, man, this is really driving me nuts. Intercept resolution handle return. If on request. Let's just see here if this ever triggers, right? Page.on. Const page await. Page.on request. Page.on is not a function. What? Oh. Yeah, all right. On request, okay. So let's output. this. So this should be the URL that's being requested. Except it isn't. That's weird. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay. So this works normally. Now if we set interception to true, I guess it'll stop working. Because it's expecting us to handle the request, alright. Now the weird thing is, the URL here is not set. Ah, no, okay. Alright, there's the URL. Alright. Alright. Else intercepted request.continue. So if I say continue, will it then handle it? Okay, it looks like it'll handle it. So let's see what happens with the subsequent ones, right? So on request, URL, serve static, index HTML file, loaded. That's index.html. Or okay. Portable events file loaded. Result, not this. So, intercepted request. Continue response are called. Request intercepted. Continue response. Respond are called after any of them have already been called. Handler. Continue is interceptors are handled. Abort. Can I see the contents of this intercept request? Because, you know, it would be kind of useful. Cooperative intercept mode. Can accept option prior to work in cooperative intercept. All handlers are using cooperative intercept. Particular guarantees that all intercept requests. Okay. Can I look at the content of this intercepted request? What kind of thing is this intercepted request? I guess it's just a request object. Okay. So let's simplify this. And we probably have an actual... So it's going to be one of these guys, right? So the URL object, the URL function is this. All right, all right. Response. Request response. And then response will have text. And that's a string. And response, is that a function? Method. It's a method. All right. So we should be able to do response dot. In fact, I wonder if response hasn't been handled at the moment here yet until continue is being called. So at that point, response will probably not be useful. So response is null. Okay. So that's actually not useful. Puppeteer fetch. No, it's just fetch. It's just standard browser fetch. But it has nothing to do with this. I'm just confirming that the data that comes back is wrong. Nothing to do with it's not on Node, it's on the browser side. I was just checking that if I load a file, what do I actually get? The problem here is that at this point, the response doesn't really exist yet. Now, if I do continue, can I... what is this noise? God, there's so many noises. Maybe my headphone batteries, I don't know. I'm sorry, it's driving me crazy. There's buzzing and... Yeah, our AC is like blowing up any moment now. This noise is not normal. So we have a request. Then we have request.continue, yada, 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 right? Request.continue. Continue. Request with optional request overrides. Continuous request with optional request overrides. What are continue request overrides? Headers, method, post data, URL. If set, the request URL will change. This is not a redirect. Post data, method, headers. No, what about content override? Isn't that like the most sensible one? Continue request overrides. And how do you use this? Like, this is not useful. This is not documentation. Here. Continue headers. So we don't really want to override the request. We want to override the response. So how do we do that? Demonstrate synchronous handles working together. Intercept is return. New promise. Intercept request continue. Resolve. Intercept request async. Intercept request intercept. Some long async operation. Intercept resolution handled return. Might have handled by the first handler. We can't be sure. But how do I interact with the frickin' request? I want to interact with the response. I want to see what the response is, or ideally fix their broken code and inject the correct data. I don't see the point of this, right? I might as well just inject the code right now. This is obviously broken and it's obviously not working. Like, massively not working. And I don't know why I should waste my time trying to debug Puppeteer when I can just do it instead. This doesn't make any sense to me. Browser context. Pages. Error of open pages. No. Download. Can download. She's a head request to share revision is available. Most local revisions, platform products, remove. No, this is browser fetch, yeah. No, browser is what I want to look at. New page, pages, target, targets. Like, if I open the file itself as a page, it opens that file, no problem. But if I try to fetch the file, it doesn't return the correct data, even though my server does return the correct data, right? Like, the fetch from any other source works on the same server. So there's something that Puppeteer does that intercepts it. Let's try, if I do a node fetch, right? I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't work, right? So if we do a node fetch on this, but then res.text and then console log node fetch text. So that should return the correct data, right? So this is incorrect. Node fetch is correct. Yeah, so even this works. So we can fetch from node, no worries, from the exact same server. So the only thing that's broken is internal file loading from inside the Puppeteer instance. From target timeout other. I'm just wondering if there's some weird setting that's, but I can't imagine. Like, why would you ever override? And it's not even like overriding data with a specific file content. It's just not returning the data from the server, which is so bizarre. Puppeteer.connect. If that attaches Puppeteer to an existing browser instance. No. Custom query handler names, devices. Custom query handler devices. So it is now obsolete. Directly Puppeteer. Register custom query under. Okay. API. No. Guides. That's it. That's the guides. Is there a different version maybe? Am I being trolled here? No, looks like that's the current version. Doesn't render JavaScript pages from external resources, works only from local. But I am using localhost URLs. Okay, one last thing I can try is to use a full URL, but I'm pretty sure I've already tried that. Wait. Wait. Did this just work? I don't know what res returns right now. I lost track. Res is returning a fetch for portable events. Okay, one second. Let's disable this. Let's disable this. This is the file. We know that one works. So showing that isn't going to help us. That one works. And URL index HTML response null, response null. So that response null does not work. So this was our intercept experiment here. So that just doesn't work. Not the way we need it. Because we can't override the response. What's the point of intercepting a request then, to be honest? It's not really useful. All right. Why does this not error? If I remove this, is that gonna give us the error then? No. Okay. Is this because we disabled all the error reporting up here? Yes, it is. And page error. Okay. So if I go back, I guess we're still gonna get the page error, right? That's basically what I want to prove to myself. Yes. Because it's returning the HTML for this request, which why? Okay. Yeah. There's no point banging my head against this wall any longer. My head hurts, and it's completely pointless because we have a workaround. And this looks like a very big, weird, very strange bug in Privateer, which in my mind makes it fair. I mean, didn't we load example.html before? Example.html.com. Didn't we load this earlier and got a screenshot of this? But maybe this does not do extra. Yeah, this doesn't reference any external files. All right. I was wondering about that actually. All right. Responsive text. So we gotta get rid of all of that stuff now. So we don't want that anymore. Okay. Starting app. What's this? 146. What? 146. Okay. This array. Well, I don't even know what we're outputting here. Console. Oh, it's the stack trace from the console. All right. And we can get rid of this. Look at our stuff here. Run this and bada bing, bada boom. 1, 2. Okay. So the one thing I actually did want to do is, first of all, we want to stop this logging. This is okay. So this is all this logging up here. My God, I have to clean this up so hard. So let's get rid of all of this. Let's keep the errors though. I think they're important enough to kind of know about. Basically, what I want to do now is give it an API, right? So our root handler, we kind of have to put that stuff in here, I guess. Right? And we gotta remember how to do arbitrary root handlers. So get thumb. Get thumb. This and handler. Get thumb. And then here we have let's get thumb. And these handlers look how? So it's basically, I think it's basically this. So the idea is basically I need to be able to go to a URL, send it some data and get some stuff back, right? And then here I should be able to do get thumb. And no, nope, also lowercase. And I need to remind myself exactly how that syntax works. So I don't have a static serving imagig. I want to serve something dynamic. What's the serve dynamic? Okay, we don't have a serve dynamic here. Let's look at here maybe. Link server. Handle pass Sudoku. Yeah, okay, so it's exactly this. Handler, RE pass Sudoku. Ah, we need the slash, right? Okay. Set. Get thumb. Sec. Slash ABC. Get thumb. Get thumb. Get thumb. That should match before the first root should match before the second. Did I? Oh, I literally swapped my handlers. I'm like, how do I do this to myself? All right. All right. Yeah, I think it's getting late. I think this is gonna be over very soon. Get thumb. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. So get thumb. Response.send I. Something like that, right? Yeah. Response.send is not a function. Find response dot send. No dot end. Okay, whatever. I think it's response.end. Good enough. That's all we need. Response.end hi. There we go. All right. So we should be able to return PNG data. So if I move all of these higher up, which should be perfectly fine. Don't think there's any closure issues. So now I should be able to do something like, and now I'll move these up as well. There's our test data. Right, and we can get rid of these. And then we should be able to do something like this in our get thumb function. I don't believe what a mess this has become already. So we'll do this. We'll just throw in whatever we've got here as our test data. We'll grab this. We don't write it to a file. Now we should be able to output a image file. Find.header image path to content type. Serve static path to content type. So we should be able to do something along these lines, right? Link server response right head end. So we can do something like this. Something like this. Content type, and then we have this. So it's gonna be image/png. Image/png. PNG buffer. Dot length. Probably don't need to do these. PNG buffer. I think that's all we have to do. Just like that. Let's see. Nope. I don't think PNG URL to buffer is asynchronous, if I recall. And that's it. Okay. And if I put this up here, I should be able to request the arguments. Request something like this. So puzzle data, path name. Actually, I don't know. URL.pathname dot match. So that will be something like this. Get thumb backslash dot asterisk slash something like that. Right? And then that should give us puzzle data. And then we should be able to just whack the puzzle data in here. And if I get this and do this, I'm not entirely certain if that worked. If I do this, we get that, and this is not working. It's still loading. Pending. Why is it pending? Puzzle data. Puzzle data. Wait. Is our browser maybe not running anymore or something? Unexpected end of JSON input. This doesn't seem to be right. There we go. But that's the one we've already done. Now the question is, can we do a second one, a different one? Yeah, you see, now this one isn't loading anymore. Okay, we restart this. Then this one loads. And this one loads. If I reload this one, it loads again. I'm gonna try an arbitrary one. So if I take something like this and go here and then take this, and to be honest, I need to clean this up first. Decode URI component. Is that all of it? I think it is. All right. And then we do this and this, and works. Okay, how does this work now? And it didn't work before. And how long? I mean, God. I don't even have timing on this. All right, this seems to work at least. So we can now just request an image and we get back a PNG. And if I get rid of this mass spamming, and then I'll do a timing. And then we'll do, after this, we'll do, log. Yeah, we can just up this at the end with date.now minus T1. T0. So if I restart this and then refresh this, so that took 76 milliseconds. This took only 24. This only takes 29. So this is cool. And that's without caching. So that's actually not too bad. That's really fast. Why is it so fast? It takes me much longer to build. I guess the headless browser is faster because it doesn't render anything. Huh. 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 All right. Well, I'm gonna have to test that a little bit more. But like, this is a very solid basis. Now there's some weird stuff where after a while it didn't seem to run anymore. So I might have to detect if the Chrome instance goes down and to like restart it or something. So basically do some error detection on that side. And then I'll probably run it as two separate processes. So there's a web server and the service that runs the Puppeteer service internally. So if the Puppeteer service goes down, the thumbnail server still works fine and it serves the cached files, you know. But in principle, we can start with this. Now that's PNGs. I mean, returning SVGs shouldn't be much harder. So let's say if we do get thumb SVG, and we call this get thumb PNG. All right, let's just do this as a sort of gut check to make sure, you know. So thumb PNG, and then we'll do a get thumb SVG. Because if we can do it twice and it'll still work, then it's less likely there's some sort of weird, you know, whatever going on. All right, and now instead of doing this, PNG URL to buffer, PNG URL to buffer. This is not really PNG. So base 64. Now I don't know if this header information is part of base 64 encoding. I think it might be. All right, well. So we'll change this to base 64 to buffer. And then here, we'll do let SVG equals PNG URL to buffer. Get thumbnail. Wait a second. Get thumbnail here is Oh, wait. Okay, so we have eval get thumbnail. So we need to double this up, right? Eval PNG, SVG, and I'm gonna actually swap these. SVG is sort of lower level. So we have get thumbnail, SVG, PNG, and again, I'm gonna simplify this down the line, clean it up, etc., etc. So now get thumbnail, PNG, and then this is gonna be get thumbnail, SVG, and it's gonna be above the PNG because, again, it's actually more basic. So here, instead of doing all of this, we're going to just return the SVG URL. I'm just going to skip these 2 steps. And then image, I don't even know if it's image SVG. I think it might be image. Yeah, SVG plus XML. There we go. Image SVG, oh, PNG. SVG plus XML. SVG base. So this get SVG. So that's SVG URL, SVG buffer, and then SVG buffer length, SVG buffer. Is that gonna work? So PNG. Ooh. PNG doesn't work. Get thumb PNG. Get thumb PNG. Get thumb SVG. Get thumb PNG. Why is that not working? Get thumb is not defined. Get thumb. So it's just our test stuff down here. So gotta crash the server right away. Of course. Okay. Nope. Unsupported puzzle format. Undefined. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Get thumbnail PNG. So this is get thumbnail PNG. Puzzle data. Puzzle data undefined. URL path name. Oh, an idiot. PNG. SVG. And. Ta-da! And now the idea is, I put that here and I just change that little PNG to SVG. And it should look the same if I get the URL right. XML file does not appear to have any style information. Okay. So obviously the raw SVG data, that's not right. ToString. Yeah, I don't think we need a raw binary buffer here. We need an actual UTF-8 string. Nope. Nope. Ugh. SVG buffer. We actually don't want this as a raw buffer, right? We want this. So that's the buffer. Buffer to string. Shouldn't that resolve to the SVG? Base 64 to buffer. So this does buffer from data base 64. Ah, wait. Is this even base 64? Don't know if it actually is. don't know if it actually is. It's not base64 encoded, is it? It's URL encoded, but it's not base64 encoded. So data. So this would be decode URI component. And it's taking forever. Now. Ah. Okay. Let's just call this SOG. And that should be it. And bada boom. All right. So this is a PNG file. Preview PNG that's a little broken or something. Is this not a valid PNG file? No such file. Get thump. PNG. What does this smell? Is everything all right? All right, I'm gonna finish off. It's weird that the preview is broken. I don't know why that would be. The preview is broken, like this is not a valid PNG file somehow. Anyway, it renders it fine. And over here, this is an SVG file. All right. How big is this? This is 37.9K. Yeah, okay, so that's the real job then, is to clean it up and make it return. All right. This is progress, right? This is actually doable with Puppeteer. I'm a little concerned about these kind of tools changing, but to be honest, if it does what I need it to do right now, I just never update it and maybe I'll be all right. So the question is, how easy will it be to get this to work on my AWS instance? Is it safe to run it on my main server, or should I run this on a separate machine, like a small one, like a mini thing? It's something I have to think about. It might be worthwhile to run the smallest possible instance just for the image generation and then cache them on the main server. So the main server acts as a plain file server, and then anything that might crash or go wrong with a Chrome instance running is on a separate machine. That's probably the long term. I'll probably have one such machine that runs all these sort of async offline services. All right, dinner's ready. I'm getting hoarse, and this has been quite long. It's 9 o'clock. Thank you very much, guys, for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Hopefully this is kind of the next stage of integration with other providers and other people building tools and all this stuff. That's kind of always been the long-term goal anyways. So hopefully I get this into some sort of shape pretty soon. In the meantime, take care. Have a look at patreon.com/SvenCodes. I always appreciate the support there. I got a couple of new patrons recently, but then kind of died off again for like a week or two. That's always a little disheartening. In the meantime, well, I'm still working at this stuff every single day. That's all I do at the moment. So any support you can do, if you like the tools, it's really highly appreciated. Of course, the people watching this are probably already supporting me anyways. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Take care. Have a good evening.